Oh, we have music now. That's interesting. I didn't know we had music now. Let's see if that's not too loud. I think it isn't. Hard to really tell. But anyway, good day, good afternoon, good evening, whichever one it happens to be. Welcome back to Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. It's been an update since last time. As you can see, we are now Alpha 3. And amongst other things they added, we now have this custom battle mode, which is pretty cool an idea. I mean, if we go to it, and I'm going to need to adjust the sound of the game down by the look of it a bit. But yes, we can now just set up what we want. So you can set up a starting year for your tech, pick who you are and who you're versing, and then you say what the fleets are going to be. And now, instead of having to use the cheat menu, you can press unlock here to get everything valid for that particular year or whatever. So that's kind of cool. So we'll start off with this for a bit, why not? So let's just randomize it a few times. And we'll go with Austro-Hungarian Empire versus German Empire, okay. With 15-kilometer initial distance. 1 battleship, 2 battle cruisers, heavy cruiser, light cruiser, and destroyer. Now, we can do a quick start, which the game will generate every ship for you. Or you do design ship, where it acts like the other modes, where you can just design one. So we're going to do that. We're going to design one ship. Now, the question, of course, is, what ship do we want to design? Also, amongst the things you can do now, you can name your ships, and you can actually save them too, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, they've added some features here that I haven't noticed before, like you've got this FOV change, auto mirror for when you're placing side guns, that makes placing wing turrets a lot easier, and a few other bits and pieces. There's been a lot of balance tweaks and adjustments and things like that going on. But we'll start off with, what do we want to do? One of the battle cruisers? I'm always fond of battle cruisers, but armor cruisers can be pretty fun too. We just haven't got a lot of choice in their hulls. I might go... yeah, let's go with that semi-armored cruiser 2 hull. Why not? Now, main turret, main tower, what do we want? I think they made some slight adjustments to these as well. But you'll notice here, we don't have a cost limit in custom battles. You can pretty much build whatever you want, which is a really nice touch. So the missions are a lot more like your, I suppose, to compare it to Kerbal Space Program, the missions are more your career mode, and this is more your sandbox. Do what you want. Which is good, because it means you then get some balance to do whatever you want to do with your designs. Yeah, that music does seem particularly loud, or maybe that's just in my ears. I really can't tell because I'm just looking at the feedback loops. Funnels? What do we want for funnels? Funnels with boats, huge apparently. And then what's the dual funnels look like? I like dual funnels, so we'll stick them on. We'll go like that for now. Now, what tech do we actually have available? Do we want to go turbines? Yes, we'll go with turbines. They're always better. We'll go semi-oil fired. We'll go forced boilers. Bulkheads up to standard. Range, again, we don't need to worry about. The displacement I'm not changing yet. We will see if that needs changing. Speed, however, I would like to be able to do at least 24, so when you reduce the speed down, we don't have a problem there. Now, auxiliary engines, we want the best ones possible, because they improve the water pumping, which is good for survivability, and they improve your repairs and reduce the penalty for taking damage. Now, the other thing, of course, is they are more expensive, but we're not worried about cost in this mode, so we can do what we want. Same with the shafts here. You can see they improve your acceleration and reduce the speed penalty, and they improve your turning rate, so why wouldn't you use them if you've got the option to? Now, armor, we want to change. We'll go to, well, this one, I suppose, because it's the best available that we can actually put on the ship right now. And that does free up some of our displacement here as well. Now, what else do we need? Can we actually put any barbettes? No, we can't put any of them on this hull. That's a shame. So we don't need to worry about that. We'll go with double bottom with reinforced bulkheads. We will go with anti-flooding too. And then we'll go with a underwater protected deck as well. That should help us out a bit. Hopefully. We will want heavy shells if possible, with electro-hydro turrets to boost the rotation rate, enhanced reloading, radio, yeah, we're going to be operating as a fleet, so we're going to want a radio, and then rangefinder, we want long range accuracy or gun aiming speed. I'm going to go with gun range accuracy, because that seems more valuable to me. Now, they've rebalanced the propellants a bit as well, so Cordite is more dangerous, it's more powerful. As you can see, the shell damage goes up a considerable amount, but it does, however, increase the odds of ammo detonation. Whereas you've got, like, White Powder here is pretty good all-rounder. The Lyddite here is not bad. It's less, you know, less of a detonation chance than some, but it's actually got a little bit more than, ammo detonation, which is interesting, but I suppose you've got higher chance and damage there, so I'm going to stick with that one for now. We'll see if we have a magazine explosion. I hope not, but you never know. Now, I'm going to try and keep an eye on the stability, because our stability at the moment is a bit problematic. What techs have we got? Mark 3 8 singles. We've only got single guns, which is interesting, but can we afford to fit them? Yeah. Okay, we can fit them, so we will fit some 8 singles on the bow and stern, I think. That's a very pre-Dreadnought era looking design. Secondary guns are not available for this design, so we can only go with casemates with 3 inches, so we'll stick those at least in all these positions. And then we will put 2-inch guns. We can't put 2s in that spot, okay, so 3s will have to go amidships there. But I like that, so there we go, we got some double stack casemates, which I always think is a pretty neat aesthetic. Our stability is going to be a problem, so we can see there we've got quite a negative bonus to our accuracy, which is a problem. And there's not a lot we could really do about fixing that either. Let's just equip ourselves with some torpedoes. Now, we can reduce the guns, but we already, if you saw, our stability is already pretty poor. So, having the guns, like even just the 7s... Actually, can I mount a 7 where it can rotate here? No, I want on the center line, please. Like that. Wait, why'd that plate offset? I want it sort of there. Yeah, like that. Our 4 weight is too far forward though, so I am going to have to bring this one further back. Something like that. Because, yeah, our stability is still going to be a massive problem here. Like, look at all those negative penalties. I mean, I suppose that's part of the problem of having a ship of this size and that, but whatever. Actually, there's a thought. Can we... How far forward can you put them? You can only put one there, so I can't put another behind it. I could put one that can only fire out to the sides. That doesn't really help us much. Or I could put a 6 there. Actually, hang on. Can I... No, it's not going to let me put that to the side. So hang on, let me clear that for a second. I put wing turret 6s. That doesn't look like they're going to be able to rotate. Gotta try it, but I don't think that's going to work. I try that on the bow as well, maybe. You see, that claims it'll work, but I tend to disagree with what the game thinks there, because I don't think that's going to work. We can find out soon enough. Let's just get a bit more armor on what we've got. We're not going to need too much because, well, fairly early design, but we want at least a little bit of protection on our cruiser. Let's try and chuck some on the turret tops as well. Bit more on the secondaries than what it's given us by default. Turret, I suppose these count as turrets, don't they? Even though they're open mounts, I'm not actually sure. I think they do. Put that up to 4. Let's increase the belt a little bit, so we'll make the belt to 3. And then 5. Okay, 5's the max we can go for that. And then we'll use the remainder to try and get more speed out of this ship. There we go. 27 knots, I think that's going to be a bit slower, obviously, when you get to actual whatever our optimal cruising speed is. So, does it actually tell you anywhere? It tells you what your top speed is. It doesn't say what your cruising speed is, I think, until you actually get into the game. Which is a little bit of a shame. But there you go, most of our cost is in the hull and then engines, which makes sense. So let's just get into battle and see how we go. Click to continue. There we go. So we are going to be in the heavy cruiser, I believe. So we're going to have to avoid some of the capital ships. Like, here you go. There's the capital ships the game has generated for us. So 13-inch guns, not bad. Now, where's the battle cruiser? Kaiser and Lissa, what are they? 9-inch guns, but a lot of them. That's quite an interesting design. And they've also got, wow, some 7-inch gun secondaries, so they're quite powerful. Here's our... oh no, that's not our ship actually, we're something else I guess. Because there's the heavy cruiser, armed with 8-inch guns. Oh, someone's shooting already. So we are going to be... ah, yeah, here we are. We're the light cruisers. I suppose because we got light cruiser caliber guns. That's fair enough. With an effective range of 10 kilometers, but the accuracy is quite poor. Below that, and then our lone destroyer, who is got not a lot in terms of torpedoes actually, just a single twin set, yeah. So that's not actually gonna do a lot, I would have thought, but we'll see. Is everyone turning that way? I want everyone to change that way, please. Now, supposedly they've adjusted how the AI works to try and make it so ships better organize themselves in formation. I'm not actually sure if they have. We will have to find out and see, I suppose, because he's definitely firing on someone. Slow down, please. You guys, yeah, you slow down to your operational speeds. Everyone actually do that. Who are you following? Don't follow them. You go escort the battle cruiser, please. Where are we? We are back here at the moment. We want to get further up towards the front line before we slow down. We've got, what's that going to be, about, yeah, 23 knots for our slower speeds. That's not bad. A destroyer, please. You need to go ahead as well and scout him too. Because we can't see where they are effectively. We can see there's something over there. And we can cheat as a player and go have a look and see that it is in fact a battleship. But our vessels can't actually see him. Wow, you're flooding. When did you get from flooding? I'm guessing that must have been just from some shell hits. So yeah, they updated the damage model a bit too. Now you're supposed to be able to see where you've had some of the major shell impacts. This guy's flooding quite seriously too. Wow. Oh, I suppose because he's got minimum bulkheads, so he's put big guns and not much else. His armor's okay, but because he's got minimum bulkheads, there's not a lot actually breaking up the flow of water going into the ship. Which is, you know, in a warship, a pretty bad idea. That's why I always recommend for building actual sort of capital ships, you don't want to have bulkheads lower than standard. Because you want to at least have some measure of controlling the water coming and going. Now the battle cruiser, you don't want to get too far ahead, mind. So swing around, please. What's your effective range? Your effective range is about, again, 5 kilometers. What are they? They're about 11 there. There's 11 there. Yeah, so they're all about 11. We don't want to get too close is the issue. Because if we get too close, we're going to get into problems. Especially because you've got good armor, or good armor quality, but not a lot of actual armor, which is a problem. And then yeah, you're also still in the process of actually aiming on a target. So if you're following him, aren't you? You should follow them as best you can. This guy, yeah, he's probably going to be sunk. The only battleship in the fleet is going to go down because they had the idiocy in the AI generation to give him basically no proper bulkheads, and then he took a nasty hit quite early on, it would seem. Our destroyer, so far not engaging anyone, and then our 2 cruisers. Not in range of anyone yet. I don't even know if these guns are going to work, because I'm pretty sure they can't aim that far forward. I mean, they are traversing. So, can we have a triple forward gun? It looks pretty much like it, or at least not far off. I think they're only going to fire in groups of 2, because if you look at how they're aimed, yeah, those guys are going to fire that way. So we will see what they do. We have armored cruiser here. This one here, with his 8-inch guns and 4s. He's got fairly decent armor though. Oh, our battleship Kaiser's taking a lot of fire. Oh, no, battle cruisers, sorry. We probably want to have you detach from the formation and sort of retreat. Because you're taking a lot of firepower right now. And you are, yeah, mostly just an inferno at this point. You are not taking so much fire right now. Who are you firing at? You're firing at the light cruiser here, which looks a lot more like a coastal defense ship to me than an actual cruiser, but whatever. You can sort of head towards the other damaged battle cruiser. You've at least pumped out a lot of the water that was flooding into you before, so that's a bonus. Where are you? You're doing okay. Are any of these guys in range yet? Oh, you are actually shooting at someone. So you'll be using, I'm guessing just this pair are going to be firing. That one's not going to be able to aim in that direction. And these ones obviously aren't going to because they're not in a position to fire. But if we're more broadside, they will. And then of course we got all our casemates too. So we'll try and catch up first. Destroyer. What's your range on your torpedoes anyway? 6 kilometers. So if we zoom out, yeah, their cruisers are starting to come into a position. If you deploy your smoke and then hopefully actually use your torpedoes, that would be nice. I have such a hard time getting them to actually use their torpedoes. Kaiser here, yep, just keep retreating, try and pump that water out. Your fires are mostly extinguished now, which is good. You need to start taking a less broadside angle because you've lost a turret as well. Who are you firing at? You're also firing at that cruiser there. What's it, Mecklenburg, okay. What are they, 6-inch guns, so same as our light cruisers, but they have like 11 inches of armor, okay, so they're quite tough. Not fast, but they're tough. And then, are you the same? No, you're different. You look like you've got 7 or 8s on you. Same hull as our ones, but a little bit different. We are concentrating fire now on that one, so turn, if you will, please. The Lisa's drawing a lot of firepower at the moment. We don't really want to get too close to all of that. You should be turning more than you are. You did use your torpedoes. I don't know when you launched them. Oh. There's one. I don't know if that's got a chance of hitting anyone, because I don't think anyone's actually going in that direction. Unless these two actually cross into the path, which they could do. I don't think they will. But they could cross into that path. Is that their destroyer or another cruiser? Nah, it's another cruiser, okay. So what's the status of the fleet? Okay, the destroyer, you can make your turn back. You should be turning back. You guys, oh, you've lost your rear turret as well, have you? Yes, could you turn around, please? And you're mostly recovered, so can you attach back to the battlecruiser division? Thank you. Now, we are in close, so we want to slow our speed down. 22 knots is not half bad. Don't collide with the heavy cruiser that's there. Or armored cruiser, rather. You guys all should be. Yeah. Oh, ammo debt. There you go. Now he's ablaze. Ah, yeah, that's one of the other things they added with the update. They've made it now so that the damage model should persist. So when that ship starts to sink, oh, I hear torpedoes being launched. That's going to be problematic. But yeah, if he starts to sink, it shouldn't just reset. It should continue from whatever state it was in when it was going down. You're firing at that cruiser. You're firing at him. Okay. Oh, dog's barking away in the background now. That's always good fun. Now you're a bit close. Oh, there's torpedo. There. You don't go into those, please. I need you... There needs to be a quicker way. I need you to detach momentarily. I don't want you to take those torpedoes. So you can actually try and cross ahead of them. You're flooding. Yeah, you took some fire there. But we've got some better bulkheads on this guy. So we're actually, I think, controlling the flooding for the most part. Like, it's still sort of going up more than it's going down, but which is troublesome to say the least. But hopefully we can handle it. Well, we at least got... I don't think we've got any success with our torpedoes yet, but they've been launched. Have you... Yes, you've got your flooding under control now. That's good. Who are you following? Can you swing around now? You need to form up a bit. We've kind of broken formation entirely by this point. But you've at least gotten yourself back under control too. You've pumped out most of the flooding. Yep, you're good to go again. So we will now warm you up. You can now rejoin back with you. So there we go. As long as we evade those, we'll be fine. The Gazelle here is really not looking too good now. Where's our destroyer? You need to turn around now. So we can try and get your torpedoes back in on the action. I think you're... Yeah, this cruiser's done for. There's no way the Gazelle's going to get out of this, I think. Because that's a pretty bad state for your ship to be in. They're managing to stay afloat at the moment. We'll see how long that lasts. What are our ships doing? Where are our two battle cruisers? Okay, you two of you need to rejoin now, so you join up. You can you follow them? I don't know if that worked. No. Control right click. There we go, okay. I misread that. Okay, so you bitch, don't collide with our own cruiser. Because that's awfully close. Also, you'll just notice how many funnels you've got. That's impressive. Lots of smoke. You are not following anyone now. You guys turn around now. You should screen him. You should also screen him at this point. Destroyer's the lone ship we sort of want on its own at the moment. There's a lot of firepower coming in on the battleship because their fleet, but they got 12s on you. So quite big guns on you. You the same type, 12s, and you've also got lots of 12s. Okay, so there's two ships called Kaiser here in the battle. There's an enemy Kaiser and a friendly Kaiser. That's not confusing at all. He's got some big guns though. What are you guys doing? You're kind of really far out right now. And poorly positioned. I'm surprised the Gazelle is still not taken out, so you guys focus on him. I want you, if you can... No. I don't want you targeting that cruiser. I want you targeting one of the battleships or something. Because if you're going to use your torpedoes, you're going to use them on a sinking cruiser, which I don't want. But now you can just use your guns on him. I don't want you getting too close, really. You're taking on water, I think. I mean, you've pumped out a reasonable bit. You're not really moving very quickly, though. The torpedoes narrowly missed. Our battleships are firing on one of theirs now. This one, I think. Yes, look at all those shells firing down that way. Okay, so you guys, have you made your turn yet? No, you haven't. Make your turn, please. The dog's going mad outside, that's annoying. Who are you firing on? You're firing on the cruiser as well. Can you fixate on the Gazelle? I want that ship finished off. And these two, I want you... I mean, we're in a really disparate formation here. Can you sort of circle round? Go that way. You go that way too. I want you to sort of keep in mind the directions we're heading here. You are... wow. You're really bad now. Look, Gazelle goes down. Do you take a torpedo or something? No, I can't see a torpedo having been hit, but... you must have just taken a lot of firepower from something. The Gazelle, yeah. We can't jump to it as it's going down, but we can probably get over there. Sinking stern first. Interesting, the turret and the damage hasn't moved, so yeah, it's leaving its torpedoes and that behind. That's a bug. You are in a really bad spot, so you just don't follow anyone. You're probably going to go down, I'm going to assume. Because that flooding looks like it's not going to get resolved. They'll set you in retreat mode. Meanwhile, battle cruisers in there. Where is... why are our two cruisers all the way over here? I want you to form up. You are actually turning the wrong way. What I need to do is get everyone back in formation. So I need our battle cruisers taking the lead, even though they're damaged. And you guys really need to catch up with the rest of the fleet. Because you're way the wrong side right now. And you just need to get out of here, I think. Because that's not a good position for a battleship to be in. Is everyone actually getting into positions yet? You are going too far out. So turn back if you can. You guys, you are, oh, you're falling behind because of your speed, can't keep up. If we slow you down to like 18 knots, I guess. Make a sharp turn. You guys just need to catch up with everyone else. See, who are you all firing on? You're all firing on him right now, okay. So you bring around this way. I set you sailing the wrong way, which is a pain. You're slowly pumping out water. You need to get rid of a lot of that water, though. We'll actually set you not to be retreating, but we want you sort of keeping out of the fight, really. You're drawing a lot of firepower now. Our two battle cruisers doing... I mean, the Kaiser's like nowhere near where they should be. Let's try and speed up time a bit. Oh, you did actually launch your torpedoes at some point there. Once I remembered to turn them on. Screen that one, please. So can you. And you're kind of getting left behind. But you're sort of catching up now. You've pumped most of the water out, so you're more level. and you've got your speed back, so we can actually bring you back towards the fight now. I mean, you're only going 16, so we need to get you sort of there. What are you guys doing? You need to retreat, so you retreat back towards the battleship. Kaiser is looking pretty bad right now, so... What's going on with you? I need to make sure you're selected, and you need to turn around. We haven't actually done a lot to you though, have we? No, you're at 56% integrity, so you're still pretty solid. Versus all our ships are battered. Okay, so you retreat, you are basically doing the same. Actually, you guys may as well stay in formation. You just might as well sail in abreast, if at all possible. What are you doing all the way out there? That's a really bad position to be in for a destroyer. Taking on a battleship at basically point blank range with a single torpedo left. Talk about being a bit ballsy. Now, if you could actually get a torpedo hit at point blank range, that would be nice. It's probably not going to happen, but it would be nice. Oh, you did launch the torpedoes. Now get out of there. You're not going to. But... oh, we lost the Kaiser. Our Kaiser, not their Kaiser. Their Kaiser's still fine. Now, are we actually going to get hits with these two? We look like we might. There's 17-inch torpedoes, so they're not too small. He is turning, and he is moving fairly quick, so he might evade them. But we might get lucky and at least get one hit on him. I'd prefer getting both hits on him, but one might hit. Oh, there we go. We got a torpedo hit near his stern. And one amidships there. There we go. They're both hits, actually. Good. Oh. The Sava just went down. I was just about to say, why can't I give you commands to turn from those torpedoes? That's because you just went down as well. That didn't work. You need to fall back. I don't know why you're going that way. You should be staying with him. Let's attach you to the battleship division now. Not that there's much left of it. Where are you? I want you to join that division as well. Try and form up what we got left. You, I think, aren't going to be able to get out of here, but we can try. And you just need to basically get some distance. Now, what are they sending our way? You're still firing at him. Now, you should fire on the destroyer there. Cruiser hasn't taken a lot of damage. He's pretty much the healthiest ship here. Who's a division fire? Now you guys should focus your fire. Who's Prince Albert over there? If you can try and get some fire on him, that'd be nice. I think he's too far away, really. Because we got him down with the flotation wise. If we could get more hits on him, it would be good to at least equalize things slightly. What do we got here? We got a destroyer that we've just sort of targeted a lot. Now you should... Okay, I'll select you. You should target that destroyer too, thanks. Their Kaiser's fine. So their Kaiser and 2 destroyers are over here. You're flooding quite badly now too. That's a bit of a list that you've got going on. And you're being targeted by the battleship's secondaries. You're taking some fire too now. Damage to the main gun. Oh, well there goes our last ship that we designed. See if they've got that glitch with the parts as well. G'day Justin Flowers, how's it going? Launch the boats. Yeah, I think that's a bug because yeah, these turrets are also sinking into the deck, or rather the ship's sinking and then the guns aren't moving with it. So yeah, that's definitely a problem. But yeah, we're in alpha, so it's to be expected. Just ditch our torpedo tubes. It's actually broken at the keel. Oh, the destroyer Tetra is on fire, not looking too much better either. No, my ships aren't doing particularly well right now. I'm doing alright. I'm certainly doing a lot better than these ships are. You are really not doing well. You're taking flooding now. That's not going to end well. I forget Lisa's the one that's actually in charge here. But neither of them are really capable of much speed. Have we done anything to him? Not really. Hang on, actually, they added a new thing, didn't they? If I hover over him... Yeah, so we can see we got 54% chance of penetrating his armor here. That's not too bad. I mean, we got 11% chance of hitting. That's the problem. So, if we could actually pen him, we would do alright. The issue is, we can't really actually pen him. Why are you gonna try and turn around? That's not really what you should be doing. Formation logic still needs changing. Is you should always be in first or second position, not trying to now be last. But I think you're going to sink because, again, your bad design that the auto design gave you means you're flooding really badly. Once again. I mean, this is probably historically accurate to the effectiveness of the real Austro-Hungarian Navy. Which is a shame, because they built some really good ships in reality, but they never really got to use them in any effective way. But we'll see if he can pump out this flooding again. I don't think he's going to be very successful. But you never know. He's got some flooding at least here too. Not a lot though. He is in a much better position. What's our destroyer doing? Somehow not sunk yet. Even though you're barely moving at this point. I think you've only not sunk because they've decided to focus fire on our other ships instead of you. So yeah, the Oldenburg was the one we sort of focused on a lot at the start, but both of those over there are damaged, but they're not going anywhere. And then you've got the troublesome Kaiser here. Where's the Lisa going, and why are you not sticking around? You sort of turn back, because they're trying to follow you, and they can't follow you because they're trying to cross paths, and the AI doesn't know how to handle that. So it's just having them sort of sail awkwardly in a completely different direction. Like, now you're gonna try following, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, this design's actually done fairly alright, this battle. He's running low on ammo, but he's actually doing fairly okay, at least compared to all the other ships in the fleet. Like you here, I don't think you're going to do another Lazarus or another miracle recovery here. Same kind of stuff at this point on. You're somehow managing to stay afloat for the time being, though. Yeah, and we'll tell you to set the retreat pattern, even though you're only making 1.2 knots, so that's not exactly viable. Lisa, no, you can come back around. You're not that structurally sound either, but you're not flooding yet, so we can use that and your smaller guns to at least try and get some harm on him. Maybe try using HE. That might help a little bit. Given you've both got fairly low chance of actually henning his armor anyway. You're very close to a torpedo there. You're pumping out the water though. So you might be able to get underway again. Given that this would be, what, the third time that you've gone from basically dead in the water and all but flooded to getting underway. If so, I say that this ship here is the best one in the fleet. Just because even though it has a terrible design flaw, it's so far managed to sort of keep itself going. Like, the damage control teams on board are doing a hell of a good job. Look at that! They're drying the compartments again. I think they're actually retreating too. Yeah, these guys are retreating as well. So, are we going to end up in a stalemate type situation, maybe? That would be funny if so. Yep, 40% flotation now instead of 8. We don't have the main tower, which is affecting our accuracy a fair bit. But, yeah, you've managed to get up to 45, 46% again. You sort of maintain your current sort of position. That's actually a lot of his incoming fire is deflecting at an angle of the belt, so that's good. The armor is actually working here. What's he like now? He's also retreating. So, are they retreating despite the fact that they've basically won this battle? It certainly seems to be that way for now. You can basically start chasing him if so. Like, your structure's pretty bad, but if you can keep the fire on him, we're better for it. Yeah, you're sort of struggling now. I don't think you're going to get those compartments remaining dried out. And at 54%, so just look at this ship. I think that one's taken a bit of a battering this fight, but you're still somehow going. Incoming fire from the battleship. Falling short. At least he's sending some shells this way now too. Yeah, not very good on the accuracy. I think they've all lost their towers by this point. Let's just let the time speed up and see what the outcome becomes. Just get a little bit more of a turn so you can bring your aft guns into play. You're gonna be kind of left behind, which is an issue, but you can always set the destroyer that somehow survived to go over to you. You're back up to 4 knots at the moment. That's not terrible. Yeah, low hit chance. Try and close the range a little more now. You two are both actually doing reasonably. I mean, you're not in a great... The lease is not in a great state, but it's doing okay. Change tack, because we may as well. I just realised you've lost that gun, so that's some firepower from that side lost. Battleship's back up to 6.8 knots, still firing. That's kind of impressive that they've mostly managed to write that list. Even though everything that was happening to the ship. And yeah, the Kaiser's just running away. Oh, Lisa lost the main gun now, so you're in a bad position. So I might actually give up chasing at this point. And we'll reform the fleet. Let's see. We tell that, what's that going to do for everyone else? You should be following, yep. You're all set to retreat now. Bottom of the ocean, yeah, effectively. I would prefer not, but that's certainly where things have basically gone at this point. You can follow him, I suppose. Yeah, so you are with him, you're going whichever direction you're actually going, I don't know. And I'm not sure what you're doing either. Because if we tell you to retreat, you're all going that way now. I don't know what you're doing. So I'm just going to let the game decide which way it thinks they're doing. Playing the Italians, well, we are the Austro-Hungarians. So fighting the Italians or fighting the Italian way is probably fairly accurate. Though we do have this battleship that's somehow still afloat. I don't know how, but its crew definitely deserve a raise or something. Same with this destroyer that decided to bum rush a battle cruiser to within a kilometer, scored 2 torpedo hits on it with its final torpedo salvo, and then copped a battering but has somehow gotten back. So, yeah. Some interesting strategy going on with the Navy at the moment. I don't know what you're doing. You're trying to turn, I suppose? But the fact that you're so slow means that it's not likely going to succeed very well. I don't even know if you can retreat from these custom battles. Roma capable of 42 knots in reverse and 30 knots flank speed. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, it's also only got the one turret at the aft, so it's not like they really wanted to fire at anyone when going backwards. But no, I don't think we can actually retreat out of this scenario, but we'll see what happens. The Lisa's like leaving everyone behind because it's the only ship here that's capable of speed. I mean, I suppose you, the cruiser here, you're capable of speed. Like, you could do, well, I say speed, you can do up to like 18 knots or something. But you two are staying basically as guards for the battleship that seems likely to sink at some point soon. And then the Lisa's captain is basically pulling a sailets effectively. But the bow isn't underwater enough to be the sailets. Nor do they seem to be able to make up their mind which direction they want to go. They keep changing course. I suppose because the retreat thing is, yeah, to follow, withdraw from the nearest enemy. Well, I suppose the nearest enemy is changing. I don't even know what the enemy's still got. Is that what this is supposedly telling me? I can't really tell. But I'm going to call out the end there because this is not going to end anywhere, but we weren't all sunk, so we'll call it a draw. Let's rebuild. And our cruisers didn't do so well, so maybe we will build one of the other ships. Do we want to... What of these do we want to do? We did destroyer, we only got one, so there's not really much point to that. There's 2 light cruisers, there's 1 heavy cruiser, and then 2 battle cruisers and 1 battleship. It was a victory because I say it was a victory. That's basically how it comes down to it. Yep, no arms and legs. Yes, it's a draw. Well, it was a draw. They lost, I think, a destroyer and a cruiser, maybe? We lost a battle cruiser, 2 light cruisers. So, we might have lost more ships than them, but we had our ships that were capable of more speed, except not really. We had a battleship that fought off death twice, so that's a victory. Let's go for the largest battleship we can make, why not? And we're not going to do what the AI did and have minimum bulkheads, we're going maximum on this. Basically, we're going to make her more, hopefully more durable. Don't really need the range. Well, the battlecruiser didn't detonate, so I don't think it was all a Jutland. It just went down. Turbines, because why don't you want turbines? Like, there's pretty much little reason to use anything but them. So, maximum bulkheads. The armor will be good, but we'll see what we can do when we get there. I'm just remembering to set up all this stuff now, because otherwise I'm going to forget it. Do we want to go with cordite, or do you want to stick with lyddite that we just had? I feel like cordite is not actually that bad. I mean, it does affect gun range. Oh, because lyddite, which we used before, reduced penetration. Cordite reduces it a bit as well, but not as much. It's still a high chance of detonation and chance of fire, but I think we'll be okay. So we'll go cordite this time. So the Austro-Hungarian Navy using the Royal Navy powder, I suppose. What's a good tower? I think I like the look of that one, so I'm going to pick that one. What barbettes have we got? Oh, we can... What's our biggest guns we can fit? 13s. Ah, and they've put little symbols, so you can have 5 of that amount. So you can have an infinite number of 10s. But I don't think I want to do an infinite number of 10s. I think I want to do 13s. They're Mark III, so they're decent sized guns. Might try and have a centerline turret, if possible. That's gonna conflict, is it? Let me put the barbettes in first. And then remember to actually set some barbette armor. Because otherwise I'm gonna forget. And that would be bad. 13 twins. Yes. Shame I can't go proper Austrian yet and have the triple turrets. Yeah, effectively a New York class, or what was it, Orion? I'm pretty sure the Orions had the 13-inch guns, I think. Or was it 13.6? It was something like that. But, that's not going to fit, is it? Ooh. It will fit there, but I can't see how it actually turns. Serving on the Iowa, that would be interesting for sure. Actually, can I move this? I can't move any of these further forward much, can I? Because the barbette's not going to move. I can move it there. So can this structure move forward a bit? That doesn't look right. Hang on, let me try fixing that. That's still a tight fit. But now I can have that gun. That seems to be the best position actually for arcs of fire. So I believe it like that. That's not bad. 4 weight is too much, so if I set that there, we've got better stability. We've already used up basically all our weight, and we haven't even got to properly arming the ship yet. But we can always reduce some of the speed here. Funnel, we're going to need a funnel. Let's just stick a mega funnel there, I think. Why not? That's actually too much capacity. We don't need that much capacity. But that's apparently more than enough. We are now, though, overweight, apparently. And we're not finished with the design. Like, we've got no secondaries yet. What do we want to do about that? I mean, I'm going to cull some of the speed, at least. And yeah, New York class had 14s, I'm pretty sure. And I think the 14s stayed for what, Pennsylvania, New Mexico, and I think that was the last class that had the 14s. Because then they went 16s with the Colorado, North Carolina, South Dakota, and then finally Iowa. Whereas the Royal Navy went 15s with the Queen Elizabeth, and then 16 with Nelson, and then 14 with King George, and then finally back to the spare 15s for Vanguard. Maybe I will have to reduce some of the bulkheads just so I can carry some secondary guns, because we're pretty vulnerable at the moment to small craft. It's like if we arm all our casemates with 7s, that puts us almost 1,000 ton overweight. Whilst... Can we fit even the bigger 8s on there? I'm just curious. Will 8s fit on there? Some of the casemate guns will clip with each other. Yeah, see? We can't have an 8 there. So, the 7's the better, because we can take advantage of a universal battery, which is the proper Dreadnought style. So we'll go with that. Yeah, I don't know much about the American battleships beyond a few of the classes, so I can't actually say what the differences were. I know, didn't the Iowa have the longer caliber gun? Something like that, I think. We got a 4-inch mount spot? We do. What's the biggest it will fit there? 4. So we can fit a 4-inch one there, okay. And 3s will fit everywhere else. So we don't have a Japanese pagoda, but you could see this being built up like a pagoda. It's a tripod after all. Now we are over 1,000 tons overweight. Yeah, I was right then. So yeah, the 1650s as opposed to 1645s. Isn't the 45 the same one as what Colorado had as well? Vaguely. So, how are we going to get back the 1,000 tons that we're overweight, given we haven't even done anything with the armor yet? Easiest options are to reduce the bulkheads, or reduce the speed further, change the main gun caliber down from 13s to say 12s. There's a few things we could do here. We've already got, I mean, some of these are adding weight. Like if we reduced it from a double bottom to a single bottom, we're compromising some of our, you know, chance from resisting torpedo damage. But that saves us there a reasonable bit. Anti-flooding 2's got to stay because we want the extra water pumping. Barbette one we want to leave as is because we want to protect our guns, especially if we're using cordite. If we set that to say many, that gets us slightly under. Stability's not too bad though. Yeah, I forgot they set this was the superchargers or whatever you call them for the newer guns, versus I don't think any of the standard type ships ever carried them. At least I believe. The secondaries count the armor for the casemates. By the description, it sounds like it. Yeah, we literally can't we can't change the belt because we've got not enough resistance. We can slightly increase the armor on the conning tower, but that's about it. I think we might just leave the ship like this. Like I said, it's basically a smaller New York class, effectively. The Arethusa, I like them. To continue. Okay, this time we designed the battleship instead of the light cruisers. Otherwise, exactly the same force distribution. Okay, so what's everyone's formations doing by default? I want the battleship to be following the battle cruiser division. Cruisers, the light cruisers, you can escort, please. The battle cruiser as well. Destroyer, yeah, you can stay with the battleship for now. And the heavy cruiser, you can also stay behind the battle cruisers for the time being. So what do our battle cruisers look like? They are... Wait, what are you doing for... Are you guys... Not sure who you're following. No, don't turn towards him yet. We want to know what we're up against first. You've got 12-inch guns. Ah, and singles. That's a interesting arrangement of your main battery there. Quite a well-off main tower as well, I suppose, because you've got the super firings. But three twin 5-inch guns, singles in broadside mounts, and then 3 turrets. Okay. Heavy cruiser, 10-inch guns, including 1 single for some reason. Oh no, singles are 9. Strange idea to mix them. I would have tried to make it universal. I'm assuming you couldn't, so that's why it's done that. Light cruiser with 8-inch guns, so they're more powerful than the light cruisers we had before. Or protected cruisers these would actually be. But they shouldn't have a belt armor, would they? It would be just a protected deck. Then the destroyer. What have you got? More torpedoes than the last one. It's actually 18-inch designs too. Yeah, this game is good for crazy designs, that's for sure. The battle cruisers, can you drop your speed down to 22? Get your accuracy bonus. The battleship, you're already doing 22, so we'll leave you at that. So you'll all be doing, hopefully, the same speed initially. You can only do 20 as your top speed, so the cruiser's actually the slowest of the large ships here. Which is amusing. Oh, that was one of the things they changed now. You can see with the elevation, when the guns fire, they drop down to the 0 elevation to reload. Which makes it, because I don't think, there you go, you can see them go down. I don't think any large caliber guns could reload at elevation until probably 1930s, 1940s built ships, maybe. I remember there being a lot of discussion and design work around the time for making guns that could reload at any elevation, but it added a lot of complexity. I love that look with all the 7s pointed out in the casemates. We need a Nagato style hull, I would say. That would be fun. You're taking a little bit of fire right now, so we want to, again, we want to sort of keep our distance initially until we know what we're doing, and then maybe separate off our cruisers. You guys are really distantly screening, aren't you? Like, that's a real distance screening there. What have you got? Oh. That's an intimidating looking ship. Unusual design. Oh, and he just lost a casemate, but very odd. Oh, you want the, what's it, the breach clear or something they did to blow out the barrels? Yeah, that would be neat to see. Or even have, at the start of the match or something, have the ships with the, was it the tampions over the gun muzzles, so they actually have to blow them out or remove them before going to fight. That would be kind of cool too. Maybe in the long term, who knows what we'll see. Not sure why you're zigzagging like that when these guys haven't changed much. You're taking a fair bit more fire than I'd like, actually. Someone's really fixating on you. This one. Ah, yeah, the blast bags would be nice to see too. I don't think many ships had them until later, or at least I know a lot of the Royal Navy ships didn't at first, but they later added them. It'd also be fun in the campaign to be able to upgrade ships to, say, you know, increase the elevation on their turrets and stuff like that. And then I presume they might eventually decide to move away from just World War One and do sort of World War Two stuff, which would imply having to deal with aviation, which is going to be a problem in itself. But who knows? We've almost identified you. Ah, so you are all 11-inch guns. Minimum bulkheads and 6.4 armor, so you're not actually that well protected. If the division can fire on you, please. You guys, I really don't like how distant your screen is, but I suppose I'll accept it for the moment. Target this guy. And you really should change course. Yeah, the commander's view from the bridge would be nice. I mean, the first game I can remember playing was Task Force 1942. And I remember being extremely confused at how directors worked at the time. And then the fact that, I think it was, what was it, like it had like a almost DRM type thing where the game wouldn't proceed until you accurately identified what the enemy ship was, and the game came with a box that had basically all the Office Naval Intelligence drawings for it. That was fun. But I remember losing the book. So, and at that time, I didn't know a lot about ships. So I couldn't recognise half the time what the ships were, so I would always get stuck at that screen. Oof, look at this firepower coming in. It all basically fell short, but a lot of it came in there. He is blasting his 11s out. The Arethusa's retreated a bit. Now we can sort of start swinging it back towards them again. Now we know what they are. And yeah, Microprose made a lot of good games back in the day. What was it? There was a helicopter game as well I remember playing a lot, where you could pick all the gunships and there was like the Cobra helicopter and that. And I would always pick the Black Hawk because on like the menu select screen, the Black Hawk basically filled the entire screen with its bulk, and I'm like, I like that ship. So I would pick that one. There we go. Look, even the Arethusa with our 12s has got a like 70% chance of penning him. Gunship, was it? That sounds like it might be right. Like I say, I can't honestly remember what it was called. But I remember having that one, Task Force 1942, and Flight Simulator 95. Those are all the early games that I remember playing a lot of when I was young. Probably why I like the stuff I do to this day is because I like those old games. Flight Simulator is still the main thing I do these days. But I don't stream that very much because that would probably be boring for a lot of people. I've gone back and played some of the old games I used to play a lot. I mean, if you've seen anything else I've put on my channel, I've got like some of the old PlayStation 2 games I've played, like even like the Spyro games that were on there, and what was it? I forget now. Oh, Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal. That one I did a lot as well. That one didn't look as good for sure afterwards. Like you remember going, oh, I remember this being a lot prettier. I suppose we also have much clearer resolution displays now than the old CRTs. So that's playing a factor in it. Arethusa, you are not doing too badly. Light cruisers, you guys still should be doing better than you are. I mean, you've got low hit chance is a problem. Yeah, the new Microsoft Flight Simulator looks really good, and I'm optimistic that they'll do better than they did with MS Flight back in the day, because that one they kind of stuffed up. with, well, they did it as a free-to-play game where you would buy stuff to sustain it, and then they never released really enough things for you to buy for it, so within 6 months of launch they shut it down for not making money. Which, oh, ammo detonation from the destroyer here. That's not going to go too well for him. So far our ships are taking a lot better than our previous ones. Where's our heavy cruiser? Actually maintaining position for the moment. Yeah, I went from Flight Simulator 95 to 98. Then I basically didn't do Flight Simulator for a long time. And then when I went back into it was when FSX came out, so 2006. Stuck around with that one until, what was it? Lockheed Martin's prepared the improved FSX, basically. It came out with the 64-bit version. And I've been using that and X-Plane 11 pretty much ever since. Oh, you're taking fire. That's not good. Can you retreat now? Use your smoke, actually. Help cover that. That destroyer is still burning as he retreats. Oh, we actually might have the Frederick Carl here. He is on 8%. And he is flooding quite badly. Most of the fleet, though, I think is now firing on other ships than him. Yeah, they're firing the Prince Albert, who's also not doing particularly hot right now. I don't actually have Aerosofts one. I've been meaning to get it because everyone says how good it is in VR. But I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Everyone just focus fire on him. I mean, he's structurally good, but if we could get some underwater hits with the shells, he would be done for. Although the fleet is sailing in the wrong direction, so we might want to actually... where are you? So can we maybe change course a little bit? Those destroyers are going to be problematic. And then we might have to take on the Wettin here, who has what? The Wettin has... Where's... You got 11-inch wing turrets, 12-inch fore and aft, 8 on some of the casemate, 5-inch turrets, secondly, 4 inches in casemates, 4 inches in turrets, 2 in the tower, 2 on deck, and then 4 and aft torpedoes. That is a hell of a lot of mixed caliber on a Dreadnought. That's insane. So what we might actually need to do here, we switch targets to the Wettin now. Budapest, are you gonna fire? Yes, you're gonna fire on him too. Good. Light cruisers, can you keep focusing on the destroyers? We want to keep them busy. You are in a bad state, and you're about to take a torpedo by the look of it, or 2. Yeah, there's 2 torpedoes are gonna hit you. Jeez, yes, you are done for. It will tell you to retreat, but you're not going to make it. Yep. With the custom battle thing, you could basically do a Battle of Jutland scenario now. But I don't actually remember how many ships of each type were there. And yeah, Aeroflight, from what I've seen, has some good visuals. I've heard the flight models aren't perhaps quite as good, but the visuals are quite strong, and in virtual reality, that's pretty much enough. Budapest doing okay for now. Look at all that shellfire raining in on our fleet, mostly targeting the battle cruisers, which we are doing the Jutland mistake of keeping in the battle line instead of separating them. But just like a Jutland, we're keeping them in the battle line because they've got 12-inch guns, so we want the main caliber here. Arathus is drawing a lot of fire right now. Man, Modern Operations. No, I haven't heard of that one. One game I've sort of been looking at a bit is Cold Waters, mostly because that's interesting in a concept, and what was it? 688i Attack Sub was one of those other really old games I used to play a lot. The submarine one. I've never been any good at any submarine game, but I always used to play a lot of the submarine games. Like Silent Hunter 2 I played a lot of, and then Silent Hunter 4. That was a good game. How's the wetting go? Ooh, we've actually done some good success on the wetting here. I'm sure there's somewhere you can get some of these old games these days. But I'd have to have a look into it and see what there is there. Like, I know they had that Star Wars Pod Racer, which I remember playing at a restaurant, because there's a restaurant not far from here that when I was a kid had a, they had in the playground, they had 3, like, setups for console games, and when I was young, most of the time they had Nintendo 64s in there. And they had a Zelda game I don't remember. They had Mario 64, which I could never work out how to play. And they had Pod Racer. And Pod Racer was the one I would always play. I was absolutely terrible at it because I really didn't like the Nintendo 64 controller. I found the thing horribly uncomfortable. Oh, Arathus is not looking too hot right now. So no, don't... Why do they do that? No, detach from the division. Don't try and sit behind everyone. You need to turn away from the battle, not towards it. I really don't get why the division changes like that work the way they do. I actually think I have Pod Racer. I think Pod Racer and No Man's Sky are like among the only games I actually have on GOG. We've lost Arethusa, she's flooding too badly. There she goes. So we've lost a battle cruiser. Isn't too hot. Rest of the fleet's not too bad right now. I do like the update now so that they actually continue what they were. The guns sinking into themselves is a bit of a worry. But, yeah. You know, that's a bit of a... not accurate. Oh, what are you guys doing? You're gonna take torpedoes in a second if you're not careful. Actually, you might be fine. You guys make sure you stay screening him. Okay, they're actually doing a fairly good job, it seems, taking on this destroyer. We lost our destroyer, we've lost a battle cruiser. The rest of our ships, so far, doing okay. Okay, you're firing on that destroyer too now. Oh, who got the... someone torpedoed a destroyer. That's something I could never do in World of Warships. I just find it impossible to hit them. Ammo debt on a destroyer, that's never a good thing. And there it goes. Light cruisers, who are you going to fire on? You and the heavy cruiser, focus your fire on that one. Okay, I want you to stay following the battleship, but I want you firing on the destroyer. Let's watch these torpedoes coming in. Jutland might be possible. I think they've said in the last patch update that they've made it so 30 ships is the most you can have. I think like maybe on screen or on the same side. Mostly because they don't want people ending up doing exactly like what we were doing with the 180 odd main transports, utterly trashing the game and lagging it out. So I think they might have changed that. I'm not sure if that's in custom battles though, so we'll find out once this match is over. Ooh, that was a close hit right off the bow there. So they've got two battle cruisers over here that have retreated. Now the wet in here is not doing too great. The first Bismarck's doing okay. And then they got two light cruisers. Destroyer over here is getting kind of torn up a bit, which is good. I'm not sure what you're doing. You're gonna... hang on. No, don't turn like that. You're really sailing into the path of a torpedo right now. And I can't really do anything. Oh, actually, there we go. I think the torpedo ran out of range and detonated. So that's good. I don't have to worry about that problem now. You should be all firing on the western still, right? Switch on over. Yes, you are. And his screens are following him, so we can change up a bit and start sort of following now. Light cruisers have fallen a little bit behind. The heavy cruiser is going to fall behind because he can't go fast enough to keep up. We'll still keep them all attached together though. We don't want them breaking off into separate fleets yet. This time the Austro-Hungarian Navy is doing a lot better than the last time they fought the High Seas Fleet. I suppose that's what this would be against. I'm not sure why the High Seas Fleet would be, I guess, in the Mediterranean entirely. But they are. I think they adjusted the smoke effects. They seem to be a little bit better than they were, but that might be a bit of a placebo thing. And I know they did it. I think they said they adjusted something with the water, maybe? The muzzle blast could do with a little bit of work, I think. Like they could do a bit more of that water shock hammer effect, but they're not bad. Oh, you've taken a bit of fire. Like, literally, you're on fire. The Wetton's probably running away, yeah. So we're not getting that much hits on you. And yes, I wouldn't go on any ship with Unsinkable Sam. I would just get that cat on the ground. You know, don't be on a ship, that's just bad luck. Basically all but confirmed. You might just have to follow one of the cruisers, because you're not going to be able to keep up with anyone else, are you? I mean, the cruisers can just leave you right too. I think it's the ships don't really have much of a bow wake. I know when you look at a ship, generally you've got, what's it, like a 18 degree on either side wake from the bow. That would say, if you were looking on top down, it would sort of run along this way more. You can see there's a little bit of an effect, but it sort of stops about here. Really, that should be streaming pretty much all the way back here, and then you would have the wake from the aft of the ship sort of meeting it as well. They've got actual names for what that is, but like from the stuff I've seen, the dioramas and that, to make them look accurate, you sort of want to have more than just along the sides of the hull of the ship. And also, maybe the waves not really reacting with the size of the ship much, they sort of just move past it. But that's probably going to be difficult to do, because I've used Unity, and I don't remember the water being that easy to really make much with, so... You're actually getting those fires under control, though. Not really done much more damage to this guy. He's just constantly sailing away from us now. What we might do is, if you say now just sort of turn bow on towards him. Actually, no, what we'll do... You stay sort of going... Oh, no, what we want to do actually is you... Still trying to learn how this works properly. I want you to be in the division with him. Like that. And then I want you to go abreast at the moment. Because we sort of want to be chasing him at the moment. And we've got reasonable forward firepower, because you've got some guns. I mean, those side guns aren't going to contribute much. But the Budapest will also have at least 4 guns that can fire ahead. Oh, good salvo from there. All missed effectively. Ah, the first Bismarck's been taking some fire. I don't know who's been firing on you. Ah, the Budapest, I think. No, you're all firing on you, so no one's actually firing on you. They've just managed to hit you, I guess. Ah, our heavy cruiser actually is firing on you. Fair enough, so can you guys then switch to him as well? He's pretty much dead in the water, or slowly moving because he's lost 2 of his engines. It would be nice if amongst some of the effects they change, like when these engines are disabled, or if you say get boilers disabled, like that smoke will stop coming from those funnels. They might be doing that because like he's got no smoke coming from these at all. And also, like, other minor effects, like, you know, you could have steam being vented out of these side pipes to relieve the pressure or whatever. You know, blow off some steam, given the fact that He's not using his full generation right now. What other effects would you have? Because that would just be a simple, pretty much like what you've got for the main smoke. Collapse structure, yeah, that could be done. They'd have to have a few ones. But like, you know, they'd have to have a few different damage states for the models. It could be done though. Oh, that was a good bounce. Battle Station Specific was another fun game. Like the music that played when you were doing, what was it, the Force H or Force Z? The Prince of Wales and Repulse. No, yeah, it was Repulse actually. Where you were playing as like the Japanese to take it out. Like the music that played in that scenario was great. Even though most of the time you couldn't hear the music because of the immense flak coming up from the ships. Like that was a good scenario in its own because of that. Yeah, you've really fallen behind, haven't you? Yeah. Force Z, yeah, that's the one. Force H was the one based in Gibraltar, I think. That was the one that Ark Royal was attached to, I think. Something like that, anyway. Yeah, I always liked the Repulse. The Repulse and Renown are probably my two favourite Royal Navy ships. They're just utterly gorgeous looking vessels. I prefer the non-Queen Anne's Mansion version. That's because I'm biased towards pagodas, so I love ships like, you know, even the utterly ridiculous Fuso that I absolutely hope we can build in this game one day. Because you know, I want a tower that is taller or looking almost than the ship is long. I think I have Battle Station Specific on Steam. I'm not certain though. Are you in the right formation? I don't know. You're supposed to be going into a breast formation, but when you'll make your turn, I'm not sure. I mean, it's alright for now, because you're keeping fire on the cruiser here, whilst the Wettin runs away. And then their other battle cruisers are over here somewhere. You may as well just not follow and just start sailing pretty much northwest. I remember looking for mods for Battle Station Specific and there just wasn't any when I last played. But that was a long time ago, so they might have changed it by now. I would assume it has probably changed by now. What's actually the speed he can do? 25, so he might actually be doing his top speed. We set you guys to basically do your top speeds. I mean, Budapest is tops out at 22, so you're not going to catch up. But you can always try. kind of picking on this guy because he's being left behind now. Fair amount of fire coming in right now on him. Oh, and an ammo debt. And the ammo debt took him out. Now's the time, actually, that we detach the division. So the Ferdinand can hopefully use its speed. The light cruisers will be joining, yes. To get ahead. I mean, we're not at the moment. Not have to get showers, but probably not. Interesting actually that you're not changing speeds, you're just sort of maintaining it. I'm not sure why. Budapest is staying at top speed. Light cruisers are sort of doing their thing. And then you haven't taken engine damage, I don't think. It says what, 25.3, so I guess you have taken some damage. Oh, maybe what it is they've not got enough funnel capacity, so it's not actually able to accelerate effectively. That could be it. Like all the fleets over there, and then there's just the guys like Carl are sick over here. These guys are about to run out of ammo. Both of them. Both of them are going to be down to just their 3s and 2s. Oh, one of the battle cruisers has made a return. Or not really made a return, more we've caught up because they were sailing this way. And we've already targeted him. Oh look, the heavy cruiser actually did something by spotting him. Yeah, I reckon it's got to be it. The battle cruiser's not got enough, like, funnel capacity or whatever for its engines, given the fact that it's fallen behind even the battleship. Oh, now light cruisers are getting ahead. They've spotted the light cruiser that we lost sight of a while ago. He's got a destroyer somewhere. We don't know where. Good amount of incoming fire still. Budapest is actually doing incredibly well so far. We've not really taken much fire. They've been firing on everyone else instead of us. Our light cruisers are getting a bit too far ahead now. But they've only got their 3s and 2s left with ammo. But no, I don't want you guys getting sunk just yet. I want you guys being used for scouting, if possible. You know, save you as scout cruisers. Where are you sailing to, though? The Weston's way over there now. We want to probably take a more southwesterly course now. And yeah, we're almost into a Jutland scenario with this one sort of drawing down because they're running away again. Just don't collide with each other, please. Yeah, they've still got their 2 battle cruisers. We've got the Frederick Carl and what was it, the Prince Albert, I think? That was the other one that we did quite a nasty bit of work to. This guy's just on fire. It's like New South Wales, yeah, a bit, or Queensland. Now my state, Victoria, has also got some fires. Nowhere near as bad as those, though. But Melbourne literally vanished in smoke yesterday, basically, from all the fires from the northern states getting blown down. Which was good fun. Like, it was basically in the space of an hour, the visibility outside dropped quite dramatically. I'd say Western Australia is probably not burning, but then again, most of Western Australia is virtually, you know, desert and such, so I guess there isn't a lot to burn there. He just have a det there. It looked like he had a detonation or something. Oh, he's lost like all his main turrets now. He's got that turret there. The forwardmost turret is the only turret he's got left that hasn't been destroyed yet. Oh, more destroy things. Yeah, he's going down. Yep, the Frederick Carl got taken down now. To no real surprise there. Now the Wettin is the only one we actually have visibility on. I'm guessing that's what this is then. This is the two ships that we know of. This one which is sinking, and that one we're chasing, and then these three are somewhere. The light cruiser, which we know is escorting the Wettin, and then the destroyer that we don't know where it is. Because the Wettin's just running away still. I'm sure the Frederick Carl's crew wish they hadn't got back in sight of us. Because they were doing okay until then. Or rather, they had escaped our watch, so... Whether we can catch up, I don't know. It's good to hear the fires have calmed down a bit. They're definitely very nasty when they start burning. Especially when, at least around here, things have been so dry. That, you know, there's lots of fuel for them. Even though the temperatures have been sort of all over the place lately. Now, the question is, are we actually going to be able to do anything to the Wettin? I like that the cruiser has finally caught up. Because we changed course. You're the one that's got the highest chance. Oh, there's smoke, so that's where the light cruiser is. Australia being the land where every wild animal wants to kill you? No, I think at the moment it's more Australia is the land where the land wants to kill you. With these fires. Like, Australia is, like, you know, basically just take a look at a picture of Australia on the map and just cover it in fire, and that's basically what's going on at the moment. And we haven't even really gotten into the proper fire season yet. That's January and February. Managed to take out your aft turret, apparently. Yeah, and that wing turret there. So he's down to one of his 11s and two of his 12s that are up front where he can't actually fight back. He's still probably maintaining top speed though, so catching up is going to be an issue. The battlecruiser's finally got up to its top speed, which is still slower than him, so I'm going to call that the end there because this is just going to go on forever because we've got 8 hours and I'm not intending to have 8 hours of that. Let's do Jutland. So, Britain versus Germany. Let's see what it will let us do. The tech date, well, I suppose, what was it? The younger ships would have been basically World War II. Not World War II, World War One sort of initialized. How many can we have? 28 battleships, okay. 9 battle cruisers. I don't remember what they had on the small forces. That's my issue. Germany had, yeah, what was it? 16, yeah, 16 and 5. I suppose they had what was it, Blucher with them, so that was a heavy cruiser. I don't know about the lights and the destroyers though. I suppose, yeah, let's make it 1916 tech. Why not? We'll keep the range starting. What was... Now, let me see if I can find it. What were their light forces? There. The information's usually not very clear. Ah, there we go. According to at least the wiki, the British had 8 armoured cruisers with them. The Germans had 6 pre-dreadnoughts, which the game tends to make as cruisers anyway. So we'll have that as 6. Then they had 11 cruisers, light cruisers. The British had 26, so we're probably going to run out of ships for that. And then destroyers. Yeah, the Germans had 61 torpedo boats, the British had 78 destroyers. That's not going to really work. Let me try and at least get them to have an equal number of ones. I mean, actually, Germans won't have destroyers, they'll have torpedo boats to be accurate. No hulls available, it says. Oh, that's a shame. They should have hulls available. How many can we get, do you reckon? Because I can't just click and type in, so... I feel this will probably not even let me start this, will it? But you never know. And then, yeah, it should be a lot more sort of initial distance. That's the max we can have. It's a shame we can't actually have it set as torpedo boats, but yeah, it says literally no hulls available, so we can't do that. And yet there are torpedo boat hulls, they're just not for that year, I guess, or not for Germany anyway. Go quick start, you reckon, or do we want to actually design any of these ships? Because we could design them, or we could just jump in and see what happens. Yeah, I've got to say design is going to be more fun. Ah, there you go. Too many ships. It won't let us. 100 is the cap, so we need to get rid of some ships, unfortunately. So we'll have to reduce our fleet. We got to leave the capitals basically right because we need that. We want to at least have some of the light ships though. And yeah, I figured that. I want to actually let it do that sometime. It would be nice. How much are we over? We're still 10 over. Okay. So if we take 5 off the destroyers each. So there we go. We've still got a reasonably large number of light ships. I'm fine with that. I've had like 200 ships on screen before. Having 100 will be fine. So, what do we want to design? Do we want to design... Well, we'll stick with the capital ships. Do we want to design our battleships or our battle cruisers? Battle cruisers are probably going to be more fun because you can do a bit more with them. Question is, what sort of design do we want to go for? And also, this is going to really mess up with how divisions work, because divisions just don't work properly. So fleet maneuvers are not going to be anything like the real Battle of Jutland. I should actually look up, because we're doing the British side. What sort of British ship do we want to sort of look like? I can't even think. What was the youngest battle cruiser the British had at Jutland? Were the Repulse class or Renown actually at Jutland though? I don't think they were. The Queen Mary was. Or at least the HMS Queen Mary. I know that one was there. I know she was the last of the battle cruisers built before the start of World War One. Because I don't think Tiger was ready for Jutland, was she? Oh no, Tiger was at Jutland apparently. So Tiger would have been finished after the start of World War One. Yeah, the Renowns were delivered after the Battle of Jutland. So the Renowns didn't actually serve. They were a bit late. So Tiger is the newest we could really do. Tiger or Queen Mary. We could try and build either of them effectively. We don't really have the hull of either of them, but this hull isn't too far off what Tiger had. Except we have to have an aft mast, so we have to do what she looked like when built, I suppose. What else have we got? Yeah, Queen Mary is the other option. But we don't have torpedo booms, so we can't do those. We're actually pretty much at the default displacement for the Queen Mary. That Tiger was bigger, wasn't she? I know Tiger was the base for the other ones. Yeah, Tiger was 28,500 ton displacement. Queen Mary was 26,500. So we might try and go Queen Mary. Or the Lions, something like them. So we'll go with, what's it, 26.5. We'll start off with. What was the speed? The speed was 28 knots, so we can actually drop the speed down a bit here. I don't know what their flank speed was. The design speed was 28 knots, but she barely exceeded it apparently, so we'll do 28.5 just to say that. Yeah, I said we'll go sort of for something like Queen Mary. Try and get something looking a bit like Queen Mary did. Issue is going to be, I'm not entirely confident we can really do that. But we can certainly try. Like, we can't obviously change displacement of things. She had, what was it, oil-fired? I'm pretty sure by that point they were turbines. Probably geared. Oh no, they were direct drive, so direct drive turbines. I can't remember bunkerage. What does Wiki think? It's the first time I'm actually trying to build a proper ship. Ah, yeah, there you go. She had coal and oil, so she was semi-oil fired. And I'm just going to go force draft, because why not? Auxiliaries, I don't know, but I'm just going to put the best I can there, because that's just what I'm going to do. For lack of further information. I don't think we have 13.5 inch guns either, so we're going to have to make up something else for that. And I don't know what sort of Krupp armor she had, so I'm going to have to guess there. But I can at least start off with her belt, so her belt started at 9 inches. I know that much. Started off at 9 inches, thinned to 4. So the maximum extent there will be 4. Upper armor we don't have. Transfers, belt things we don't have, so we don't need to worry about them. Yeah, we can't say what the deck was, but the most it seems she had, because she had 2 separate decks, we can't specify that. Looks like the highest was 2.5. We'll set that to 2.5 here, with a minimum of, what was that, 1 inch. So minimum, oh, what did I do? Ah, I hit the Dreadnought, god damn it. I have to restart that again now, that's a pain. I will have lost all my settings. But whatever. Yeah, 2.5. Ah, because I'm on that. If I switch away from that page, that will do better. Yes, that'll do better. And now we've changed the name. No, the name is not the palace. We're going. The game is really unsure of what it's doing right now. But I'm having a look at what ships we've actually got. And, yeah, so... whilst they try and sort themselves out, for our battle cruisers, we have the Glorious, Achilles, the Queen Mary, the Enterprise, and the Pallas. Then we have the Northumberland, Indomitable, the Howe, and the Indefatigable, or however you pronounce it. So we're at least accurate for those. Then our lots and lots of battleships that I feel should be in less divisions than they actually are. You've got Magnificent, Centurion, Bellerophon, Iron Duke in Africa. Then Valiant, Prince George, Collingwood, Hercules. Resolution, London, New Zealand. New Zealand should be a battlecruiser. Ajax, Zealandia, Victorious, and Barham, so at least accurate there. Then Renown, Anson, Temeraire, and Commonwealth. Temeraire being my favourite of the battlecruisers. Well, at least one of my favourite names of ships. And also a really good book series. Then we have the Lancaster, Andromeda, Grafton, and the Hogue? For those cruisers. These ones, we got the Drake, the Anthrite, the Roxburgh, and the Kent. Then Pearl, Dublin, Caradoc, Naiad, the Pirk, and the Liverpool. So we are missing, what's her name? The one that's actually still around that was the only one. Pheasant, Werewolf, Opportune, Sepoy, Nemesis, Woodpecker, Anzac, Termagant, Tristram, and Mastiff. So we got quite the fleet here. The issue is the fleet doesn't know how to organise itself. So we got this utter mess here that doesn't know what to do. But I think we will leave that until we work out what these guys find. We've sort of got to head northeast now, so you want to sail northeast. You want to sail, I suppose, northeast as well. And we'll see if that doesn't break absolutely everyone's formations up. Because this is what happens when the Royal Navy is drunk, I guess. At least that's certainly what it seems. What do our battleships look like anyway? That looks very like a real Royal Navy battleship right there. Triple 13-inch guns, but no, like 15 of them. So more than any of the real ships actually had. Less armor though, but higher displacement. Are they all going to be like that, or has the game given a few others? Oh, there might be a few others, but I think they're all going to be the same. Resolution's a good name for a battleship too. But no, I think it's done them all that same design. Okay. So our battleships are quite heavily packing actually. So that's not bad. And they're also 30 knots, so they're very fast for battleships. Like, they're actually faster than our battle cruisers, because that makes sense. And this is I suppose the scout squadron. The battlecruiser scouting force. Because we know they're out this way somewhere. Whereas all these guys don't know what they're doing. You guys may as well head northeast as well. But yes, there's a lot of guns here, that's for sure. There's just this utter messy... Look at this! There's two ships sailing in opposite directions right now. Because they're all doing their own thing, following someone else. I don't know who's actually going where at this point, so... This bit needs a lot of... I'd love to actually be able to have a separate screen before you go into the match. To actually, you know, design where your enemy's going. Like, or not enemies going, but like set up what your formation's gonna be. That would be nice. Oh, the fire's coming in. Let's turn the squadron. And try not to hit our own cruisers in the process. The game is running a little slower, unsurprisingly. It's also hard to really see where all our other ships are actually heading right now. Like these guys, what are these guys doing? Why are you heading that way? You should be heading up this way. You are heading that way, yes. It's like babysitting, trying to work out where everyone's going and what they're doing. Right now, Northumberland is drawing a lot of fire. If I trusted the game's AI, I would just turn every one of these ships onto AI and then just spectate the match. But this game's AI doesn't seem to really know what to do most of the time. What have we got for the German fleet is going to be a question. G'day Jason Hart, how's it going? It's all the incoming German fleet here. Oh, there's destroyers. Where are our destroyers? They're like way back here. Now, at least one of you should have gone with the battle cruiser. I'm sure I told you to do that, but apparently not. Northumberland is taking some fire, so we may want to do an actual Jutland, try and retreat and draw them towards our battleships. We've got a lot of battleships out there. Let's see if we can get them back towards us. Doing alright here. Trying to recreate Jutland a bit here now. Not going so well so far, just due to the game's weird array of organising where stuff should go. Oh, some surface skimming torpedoes there from one of the German torpedo boats. What are their capital ships like? Because it looks like they've sent all their capital ships first. Yes, because I remember German
battle cruisers and battleships looking exactly like this. Yes, it is like herding cats. I mean, if I go back to the main fleet over here, yeah. No one seems to know what they're doing. They're all over the place. Some of them are sailing in opposite directions to each other. Even when I tried to organize things at the start, just like, what are these guys doing? What's that? What are you guys doing? It makes no sense. Where's our other battle cruisers? Are they heading up at least? Yes, they are on the way. With our battle cruisers designed to look as much like Queen Mary as the game would let us build. And I think it looks okay. It looks relatively like the Queen Mary. Aside from where we had to obviously skimp on the design. But let's jump to the scouting squadron that actually is taking fire right now. Oh, our cruisers out there are not doing well at all. They're kind of being focused on. Northumberland's turning away. We'll jump to the Pearl here. The Pearl is drawn the hornet's nest that is all these destroyers. The game doesn't know how to handle it. It's really lagging it around here. Look at all that incoming shells. And just a horizon of smoke and raining shellfire. These also don't look very much like British protected cruisers, but I suppose we can only trust the game so much to do stuff like that. We just need a custom battle where we can do all the ships to our own designs. Then we could have made every one of them look as British as possible. The more incompetent sailors, they almost rammed a friendly ship there. But this very much looks like what goes on in World of Warships. What is formations? No one knows there. No one needs to bother with formations there. Now they didn't take the bait, so we'll stay around. The other battle cruisers are coming. The battleships are sort of on their way. Magnificent is the battleship closest to getting in action here. And she's got a lot of the others following her. So that's something. We have a dramatic superiority in the number of battleships available for this fight. But hopefully we don't go a full Jutland and have all our battlecruisers detonating, because that would be bad. Especially you here. We don't want you detonating. So far, you haven't taken any hits. But what ships do they have that we know? Prince Regent, what's Luitpold? Okay. 32,000 tons with triple 14s. Okay, that's definitely not very historically accurate. Then, what's the Schließen? Here, yep, 14s and 7s. Frederick de Gross. Also, yep, 14s and 7s. Siegfried. The Konig. There we go, one that's actually a proper name for the ships that were here. You've got the Bismarck there. Ersatz York, which we haven't recognised enough yet, but apparently you've got triple 13s. Okay. Triple 13's 32 knots, but 4.8 inches of armor, so our battle cruisers have a lot better armor than the German ones, which is a surprise. Then you have, what's that? Yeah, that's Bismarck over there. Schwaben, the Kaiser back there. Grosse Kurfürst over there. None of the others are ones that have been identified yet, but warships keep getting spotted. Look at all that shell fire. Jesus Christ. I think the Pearl is probably going to be the first ship lost at Jutland here. Yeah. That is not a good sight. Look at all the fire coming in. Ah, yeah, it's been sunk. The flag's changed to the sinking one. I think our light cruisers have gotten too involved in the fight. No, Northumberland, you don't want to get too much towards that Hornet's nest. Our fleet is getting there. What's Valiant doing? Valiant will come in eventually. They're actually in a not a bad position, so if you guys actually take your course that way some. I mean, Valiant is seemingly on her own, I think, because the vast majority of her division is all the way back here for some reason. Yeah, the rest of the Valiant's fleet is all the way back here. They've got a long way to go before they get towards the fight. Look, the game sounds broken, I think. There's too much going on, the sound engine can't handle it. Yeah, the Caradoc is the one taking all the fire now. Not exactly a good position to be in. But they recklessly charged towards the destroyers because the AI decided that's what they were going to do. Oh, look, here we go. We got help here from the division led by the Renown. So you've got the Renown, the Anson, the Temeraire, and the Commonwealth are going to be, I think, the first battleships in position to engage. With Magnificent being a close second. Northumberland is drawing some firepower now herself. Indomitable, so far looking okay. He's taken some fire, not much. How he hasn't, the Indefatigable is flooding. He's taken a pen to the stern. But we now have the Battlecruiser division led by Glorious arriving as well. If you want to join up, actually, so you guys in Northumberland, you keep going the course you're taking at the moment. And Glorious, if you, I suppose, follow them now that you're here. Magnificent, And Renown, you can just lead your division straight in. Or actually, you guys can sort of head to the west a little. We'll kind of have the battle cruisers to the east and the battleships to the west. Sort of try and basically encircle them in one way or another. The report thing is scrolling too much stuff happening. Oh, they're starting to detect the battleships arriving. We start off with just 4 ships, so we lured them into a false sense of security, maybe. Thinking that there's only 4 here, and then now the rest of the fleet is starting to turn up. Look at all that fire going. Oh, and the battleships are firing. I'm not sure who they've targeted so far, but they've targeted... yes, that's York, so the battle cruiser. She's taking some good fire at the moment by the look of it. Don't know who they're targeting at this specific point in time. You guys, slow down to your best speed, please. Same with you guys. Get that accuracy bonus. You guys are still far too spread out to actually get near the fighting yet, so you guys won't change. You can follow the battle cruisers, so again, just yours down. You're in the fight already, so you guys can get it in. You're actually sailing directly towards destroyers right now. That's not a good idea. But turn away, please. You guys still too far away. And you guys are too far away, but getting there. And then you've got the cruiser division sort of lagging behind at the moment. I'm surprised all these light cruisers haven't gone down yet. The Caradoc, as I just say it, goes down. Jutland hasn't yet, though. Jutland, you may want to turn around. You're kind of sailing too much towards them all at this point. Just, yeah, everywhere you look, the horizon is just bristling with ships right now. And the game doesn't really know what to do about it either. Look at that frame rate. And it's not like this isn't a powerful system. It's just so much going on. The game doesn't know what to do. Where are the battleships that were coming this side? Have all of them gone the other side? I'd rather my PC not explode. That would be expensive. Oh, Battleship Renown is taking some fire. It's taking some torpedoes by the look of it. Don't know who she's fighting. She's fighting... there's that Gneisenau over here. Who is... yeah... just surrounded by smoke and fire. Down on structure, she's flooding as well. The Germans really went their glass cannons for this fight. I should just turn off this. But then the issue is if I turn off the UI, you can't actually see what everyone's doing, but otherwise everything is so cluttered it's difficult to see. Look at that, just putting the stern underwater. It's flooding quite badly, so I think this is going to be the first German casualty, unless I've missed some. Yeah, there she goes. Oof. Frame rate. Big guns and no armor. Yeah, everyone knows that is exactly how the Germans design their battle cruisers. Not smaller guns and then a bit more armor. I think now that most of our battleships have actually caught up the fight, that's why the frame rate's gone so bad. Valiant, don't charge off on your own, please. You left the rest of your division way back there, so... yeah, we'll have you screen the battlecruisers, because that makes sense. Magnificent is really getting in there. Knife fighting with destroyers. Oh, there you go. Took out a destroyer even. I don't even know what's going on. What is this? This screen. What am I looking at right now? I hear all sorts of impacts and bounces and there's nothing but smoke around. The ship's on fire, there's shell splashes everywhere. This is an accurate rendition of the chaos of battle, I think. She's knife fighting with another destroyer right now. Going in for the ram. I can't even tell them to do anything because they're just not doing it at this point. Yeah, there's a destroyer literally right there. Hang on. There you go. German destroyer meet British battleship. Sort of. Oh. It's like just sailing directly into the enemy fleet here. That's insane. Well, the battle fleet's at least sort of finally caught up. Oh, there goes the Magnificent. Hardly a surprise considering what's going on right now. There goes a destroyer. What's going on over here? Oh, Bismarck sunk. I didn't even know Bismarck was taking fire, but Bismarck's apparently been sunk. Northumberland, you guys may as well start heading north now. Now that we've kind of started a little bit of a pincer movement going on. I have no idea who everyone's firing on. You guys are firing on... Oh, it looks like you're firing on the Koenig here. Yes, the Koenig is under fire from at least 3 of our battleships. Not sure what to really say about what's happening right now, other than utter insanity and madness. That's pretty much what it is. I'm impressed the game hasn't actually crashed yet. There's that much going on screen right now. Oh, Iron Duke is flooding, apparently. The Koenig is quite battered here. I don't even know where the Iron Duke is. It's in one of these divisions. Ah, this one here. I don't know. Oh, because it's literally right next to destroyers. And almost colliding with another ship, the Temeraire right there. Yeah, maybe smaller fleets than trying to do accurate Jutland. Because 26 battleships versus like 15 or something is looking too much for the game, let alone everything else. Oh, there goes the Koenig. But see, here's the logic. As we sink ships, the game will perform better. Therefore, it's encouraging us to perform better. Where's the Northumberland in that doing? Sort of turned around now. Now, I want you guys heading sort of north. The Ajax is now the leading on this side. So we've got a mass going on over there. A bunch of ships over here. Look at all these ones still at the back that haven't even gotten close to the fight yet. All the way back here. Oh, someone had an ammo detonation over there. I don't know who, but someone did. Oh, another destroyer's gone down to heavy flooding, so I'm going to guess it was them. Looks like there's a lot of people targeting this destroyer here. I wouldn't want to be them. Anyone keeping track of what's actually going on right now? How many ships have been sunk? Because I wouldn't have any clue. I think that destroyer is going down next. Yep, there it goes. Got V3 there. Not sure why our battleships are just deciding to charge into the fleet, but whatever. They are. Commonwealth is now the lead ship of this fleet, apparently. And you're firing on... Was that the Wuppertal? That's an interesting name. Oh, did we have a look at what their heavy cruisers look like? Or their armoured cruisers? Yeah, they actually look like proper German ships. You know. With 6-inch guns, 5-inch guns, 4s and 2s. Okay. Oh, then... Oh, a battleship there that's lost its steering. One that's retreating by the look of it. Yeah, this battleship division has been basically throwing themselves at destroyers. That seems wasteful. But it's what they've been doing. We've got a whole bunch of ships that haven't even entered the fight yet. Like, most of the fighting seems to be happening over to the western flank at the moment. The eastern flank is not really doing a lot right now. Oh, there's what's left of the Konig going under. Oh, another destroyer's gone down. Temeraire's flooding quite badly. I'm presuming she's taken a fair few torpedoes from slugging it out at close quarters distance with destroyers. Which is really something they shouldn't be doing in that sort of position, and they have been. But they have been taking out the destroyers, I suppose, so they have had some success. You've just launched torpedoes, I'm guessing, probably at the battlecruiser. Yeah, so there you go. Baden is apparently a battlecruiser here and not a battleship. Which is curious, to say the least. This flank's doing pretty well so far, though Ajax has started drawing their fire now. Probably because you've got this blob of ships at the back here that haven't really been doing much. But they also don't have their escorts with them. Because we've sort of lured their escorts all the way to the western flank. It's difficult to pan across the map when stuff is happening such a slow pace. Yeah, Baden's flooding now. Flooding quite quickly too, actually, by the look of it. And also on fire. Yeah, I think the Baden is lost here. I would be abandoning ship if I were you, lads. A lost cause. Also, yeah, like you say, the game's saying we can do 5 times speed. I'm not going to touch the time acceleration because I have a feeling that is just going to definitely crash the game. Yeah, just waiting for the Baden to go down. Oh, they're starting to try and pump the water out now. There's still a lot of incoming fire on it. It's taken till 5% for them to sort of equalize the flooding. Down to 2%. Oh, it's oscillating around 2 and 3% there. Oh, 1% I saw there. Oh, there she goes. The Baden's down. This division of battleships not looking too good. But they're doing a little better now that basically all the destroyers have been sunk or retreated. Maybe if they can get a few more fires going, it will boil off the water. Yes! That will be exactly what we need to do. Oh, who are they firing on now? I think it became a submarine already. Ah, they're firing on the Prince Regent now. And so far we've been sinking ships and the performance hasn't improved, probably because more ships keep catching up. Our mess of a division, rather. Like, most of them are here now. Look at how wide this battle line has gotten. Look at all this over here. Our destroyers doing their thing in the middle now. In no man's land, or no man's ocean. Probably better than No Man's Sky. You don't want to be in No Man's Sky at the moment. You want to be not in No Man's Ocean either. Which one is this? The Woodpecker. It's charging forward. Over on this way, oh, the Kaiser Frederick III is looking like the next battleship to go down. Oh, Centurion goes down. We've lost our battleship. I think that's our first battleship to go down. Oh no, it won't be because we lost Magnificent already. I think Magnificent was the first because of that reckless charge in that set the tone for the rest of this fight. That's quite the list going on here. All engines taken out by the look of it. But still afloat for now. Then you got the Nassau, not looking very much like the actual Nassau there. The Hessen's taken some damage. The Westenberg is on fire and flooding as well. Meanwhile, these ships over here are not doing so hot. The Temeraire now is doing poorly. Oh no, the Anzac has been sunk. The Resolution is actually getting into the fight now. You may want to stick to one side rather than be all sailing directly into that blob there. Because we saw how well that ended up for the last ships that tried it. Woodpecker is burning in the middle there. Oh! We've got two battle cruisers here that are doing badly. Oh no, battle cruiser and a battleship. The Siegfried and the Königsberg. I don't think I've even looked at the Königsberg this match aside from said its name, and it is really not looking good. Fortunately. Oh, we lost another destroyer. Every time the game pauses, it gets me nervous it's crashed. It hasn't yet. Actually, why not? Because we've reached this point now. Give every division over to the AI and see what it does. There goes Woodpecker. It's really hard to click on these things because there's like, you click it and then there's a lag whilst the game thinks about what it's going to do. They're all piling into, yeah, the Prince Regent over there on this side. Oh, the Hessen sunk. Don't even know where the Hessen was, but it's been sunk. Nassau's taking a lot of fire. Oh, there's the Hessen there. Okay. Westenberg's flooded quite badly. Nassau is the one taking the fire now. Well, people wanted to see Jutland. Well, here you go. This is the magnificent spectacle of this game trying to handle it. I think the Nassau will be possibly. And yeah, we're losing destroyers whilst they're losing battleships. Yeah. We've probably still got our numerical advantage in battleships given we did start the battle with like a dozen more of them. Or whatever it was. I've already forgotten now. Yeah, the sounds is done for. You're not recovering from that list, I think. Nope, they weren't. Hey, look, the Indomitable and the Indefatigable are still okay. None. I don't think any of our battle cruisers have had detonations yet. There have been 7 ammo detonations to enemy ships. Oh, the eastern flank is actually being mopped up. They've not got a lot left over here. The Westenberg is the last one over here. And it doesn't stand out. It's got 4 sinking ships all around it, at least. Yeah, at least 3, actually 3 other sinking ships all surrounding it. That's gotta be demoralizing. I mean, like, this isn't demoralizing, you know. Oh, there goes the Königsberg. The Westenberg's about to go down. There she goes, ammo detonation, there we go. The Freya went down. There, where have we got ships now? So we've got the Canopus over here. Who are you firing on now? They're going to start, I suppose, heading towards this fleet all the way over here. Over here you got some... Ah, there's one of the cruisers that got sunk. The battleship New Zealand finally having caught up as well. Lancaster's there. Have we had a look at what our heavy cruisers are like? I'm pretty sure we did. Oh no. There you go. Lancaster here has got 10-inch guns. Actually looks a bit more like a British armoured cruiser though. Oh, Tirpitz over here. Interesting to name battleship after one of your currently serving admirals, but whatever. Most of our fleet on the western flank is at a distance. They haven't yet, but that does make me wonder actually. If I can find it, sorry, the screen's gonna be silent for a moment while I see actually if I can check what the temperatures on things are right now. The CPU right now has peaked at 61. Where's a good one for testing my GPU? I've got it somewhere. Of course, more thing. The GPU is also at 58 right now, 59. CPU peaked so far. One of the threads has gone to 68, so... Yeah, this is... Who needs benchmarking like Prime 95 or something? Just recreate Jutland. That will let you see what's going on. Apparently though, my CPU is only about 33% load right now. Whilst the GPU is doing about... what's that? I can't see actually, because it's not showing me the right window for how much load it's actually doing, but it's pretty close to its clock speed at the moment. Oh, this is Australia, mate. We don't have reactors. We just bring on more coal power plants. You know, we burn more coal than these ships are currently burning on screen. That'll be fine. Bayern's flooding and burning. The Tirpitz is burning and flooding as well. Zarian, or how you pronounce that, is taken some fire, but not much yet. And the Grosser Kurfürst at the back hasn't taken any fire yet by the look of it. But these look to be amongst the last of what's left here. Because the cruisers over here are not doing too hot. Atlantis has retreated. Bavaria is taking a lot of fire now. It's out there with a really big shovel. Probably. What are these guys doing now? They've just retreated by the look of it. Yeah. Fair enough, I'm just letting the AI control them, so if it wants to have them retreat, sure, we can probably spare the ships at the moment. Given we've still got a lot of other divisions in the fight right now. Here you go, here's Prince George. This is what the baby later was named after. It was named after this ship that is currently a barbecue. British home fleet against Yamato and Musashi. I think that would probably end badly for the Yamato and Musashi, because sure, they may be good ships, but there's only so much fire you can really take with them. Especially if you have the entire Royal Navy home fleet. Because that would be a lot of vessels. Would be a fun one to try, though. Yeah, the camouflage, the smoke screen. But we don't have a way to generate smoke. Oh, I know. Douse the decks in oil and set it alight. That will generate some smoke. It'll be fine. Yeah, can't hit what you can't see. Definitely. Well, the Germans can see us, but they're not really hitting us as well, I think. Their fleet has been scattered even more than ours has. But look at all this over here. Look at how many ships are targeting this one right now. I think everyone's targeting this guy. Oh dear. I don't want to be you, my friend. We do have some destroyers left. We've got 5 of them. Mastiff is apparently just sailing in circles for some reason. You can join up with the other division, why not? There you go, we got 5 destroyers. You may as well join up with the other light cruisers, wherever they are. Yeah, destroyers can make smoke screens, that's for sure. These light cruisers can make smoke screens, so sure, do it. It's not like the frame rate can be killed any more than it already has been. none of our original trio of the scouting battle cruisers have actually been sunk. They're all doing pretty well. I don't think we've lost a single battle cruiser, actually. I think they're all, yeah. We got, oh, what? We got 9 of them. How many did we start with? 9, so we're doing okay. Everyone's just raining fire on the Tirpitz. And the destroyers are doing whatever at this point in time. Yeah, it's raining lead for sure. The Bayern and the Tirpitz are getting a lot of shells coming in their direction. There we go, that's an image. Our shells shall block out the sun. Fight in the shade. Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, the Bayern's actually lost a turret here. The Tirpitz has lost its command system. The fleet is doing okay at the moment. Hey, look. One of the light cruisers that actually survived the onslaught of all the ones that got slaughtered before. Then Naiad, however you pronounce your name, you're the only surviving light cruiser from that prior division. I think. Because yeah, you guys were from part of the previous one with Dublin and that. Mastiff joining up with the others, the battleship's forming up a bit again now. As they rain their fire in. Tirpitz is trying to retreat a bit. Bayern also trying to, not doing particularly well. Look at them all, they're all targeting this guy now. So that's not a good thing. All those ships. And where's the namesake of the one we actually designed over here? Hasn't taken any damage whatsoever. That's good. And yeah, they took perfect aim out, which is a shame. Now you can't do it, which is disappointing. That was always fun. So Queen Mary's doing a lot better in this version of the Battle of Jutland than her real namesake. Which is a good thing. quite the heel on that turn. What are these destroyers doing? I'm not sure what they're doing at the moment. They're following someone. Because apparently the destroyer and these cruisers aren't AI controlled. And neither are these guys now, okay. Yes, I was the one who built the merchants with all the... They weren't 5 inches, they were 4-inch guns. Because I couldn't put anything bigger than a 4-inch gun on them. But they each had at least something like 20 per side. And then turned on perfect accuracy, and they were the 180 odd ships that just shredded battleships and things. Which is why I think they removed the option to have more than 180 odd ships at the time. Because I proved just how broken that could be with the merchant ships with perfect accuracy melting down all their opposition. Because who needs any warship when armed merchants will do the job just as well? Except for when the fact that we couldn't actually control the merchants because they were AI only. And when we couldn't tell the merchants to rush the enemy, that wouldn't work. And so when we tried it again with a more dedicated enemy, they were able to sink all our ships without us being able to get into firing range. Which was disappointing. Oh, the Bayern's finally gone down. That means the Tirpitz is the only one left over there. You guys really did retreat, didn't you? Oh, well, you may as well turn around now. Things are looking better. There's a lot of shells going that way. I haven't lost any ships in a while, that's interesting. I suppose a lot of these ships don't really have any real particular way of fighting back for a lot of them, they're just trying to retreat. But we're not letting the High Seas fleet escape today. Britannia will rule the waves after today. They've got a bunch of ships, I suppose, that we don't know where they are. They're over here somewhere. Bavaria's taking a lot of fire now too. Look at all that wrinkling on the hull. Angry swarm of fireflies heading your way. Yeah, you could say that. Not just that, you can see when they're firing at your friendlies over there. Oh, the ship disappeared. I suppose we lost sight of it. Yeah, we must have lost sight of it now. Oh, we found it again. Yeah, they're all retreat. I don't know why the German ships are retreating to the north. What's to the north of them to run away from? They're running towards, I guess, Norway? Even then, that's not really a good direction for them to be running from. Or running to. Let's see if any of the ships can work themselves out now. What do you guys to all sort of head that way if possible? I'm also daring to try 5 times speed. It's probably not some Benny Hill style music to have. Tirpitz has so far survived, which is impressive. I think because most of our fleet has gotten confused and ended up way back there. Yeah, they've sort of entangled each other now. Because everyone's trying to follow everyone else. And it's not really working. Hey, Northumberland, leading the charge once again. Despite the battering you took at the start of this battle, by being the first ship to engage the German fleet. Tirpitz is still going. No flooding at all on 31% structure. Prince Regent over there, still looking okay. There's still a lot of other German ships, but we've lost sight of basically all of them. Our destroyers should be heading this way. So should our cruisers, realistically. Given there's some of the faster vessels here. Tirpitz was a tough ship, but not this one. This one isn't one. I mean, this is supposedly a World War One ship for some reason named Tirpitz. Oh, there's smoke puff there and smoke puff there, so there is German ships up this way. Think of everyone do whatever speed you can actually manage. That would be good. But no, it looks like our original scouting battlecruiser division is going to be the one once more to try and chase them down. The frame rate has recovered a considerable amount now. Hardly a surprise. Tirpitz is what, 8 kilometers away, 6.2 chance hit 6.4. So we've got a bit of catching up to do. At least we're not in danger of running out of shells yet. Oh, Bavaria there. Been overtaken by a Prince George of all the ships. Just taking the secondaries from Prince George by the look of it, and a few other vessels firing on it. Probably all these ones back here. This cruiser seems to have been as tough as Tirpitz because it's been around a while and it's been taking a lot of fire for a while. It hasn't gone down yet. Things aren't looking hopeful for it though. Especially now. I think the end might have come for the Bavaria now. It's down to 4%. Oh, big shell through the funnel there. Yep, there goes the Bavaria. They're down to just the capital ships, I think. And some of these ones that we don't even know where they are. Tirpitz down to 24%. You've got... Oh, the Tsar again. We found that one now. That one's not taking much fire. And the Prince Regent over there, but no, Prince George and the Collingwood, amongst all the rest of the fleet, are fixating on sinking the Tirpitz. Because everyone wants to sink the turbots now. Or at least try. You think you'd surrender at some point, wouldn't you? Rather than just keep taking casualties from all this fire. Oh, some big explosions there. It has a single main turret that can still fire, but it is the super firing forward gun, so it's in a not very useful position. Yeah, given minimum bulkheads, she's surprisingly doing pretty well. Especially given the absolutely zero flooding right now. She's just an inferno from bow to stern instead. There's not really anything that isn't red on the ship left now, though. Down to 9% now. Not even fighting at this point, it's just sailing in a straight line. Probably can't even see us actually, probably because all its towers have been destroyed. %7 now. And we lost sight. Not sure how we lost sight, but we lost sight. That's because most of the fleet's going that way now, and turpits changed direction. So turpits may survive after all. It's this one's turn now, as it's like the only one we actually know where it is. Oh, one of them just sank due to heavy flooding. Don't even know where that one was, but it's been sunk. I think we need to find wherever Tirpitz went. This one's taking fire steadily. At least this one's fighting back, unlike the Tirpitz, though. Not fighting particularly effectively, but it's fighting. Down to 54% on that one now. Tirpitz is somewhere over here. Or was last time we saw it. We got the destroyers all the way over here for some reason. I don't know why the fleet is so scattered now. The battle line is like ridiculously broad. Thought we lost sight of them. This might be the end of the battle then. We can't actually see anyone. Northwest it says, but not really much that way. Emperor of India apparently has been spotted. Now it's like a chase to find where they are. But it seems a bit of an end, I think. But we can't go 10 times, for whatever reason. Oh, there was some shellfire just there. I don't know who fired, but someone did. It's like someone spotted Duncan, but I don't know who. There's a ship somewhere in this general direction. And we just need to find wherever they are. Oh, there we go. Which one's this that's been spotted? The Zardan. Found you again. No, just keep closing, will you? Don't turn away like that. They had an ammo dip there, that was nasty. And they sunk because of it. Enemy smoke to the west, apparently. Okay, so... Oh, there's someone here. To the north of them. The fleet is so spread out, it's insane. It's like, man. Hey, it's the Kurfürst. It hasn't taken any damage yet. Oops, I accidentally switched scenes there. I didn't mean to. I didn't even know I had that bound to the switch scene thing, but apparently so. Oh, oops. Let's see if anyone can catch up to this guy. We need like a better way to get the fleet to sort of regroup now, given how scattered everyone is. Well, I could sort of do this, but it doesn't really work. You can see some of the ships are 50 kilometers away from this guy. Like, damn. But no, I think we're just down to this guy now, because it's not highlighting anyone else up here. Issue is, everyone's so far away from him. And there's not many ships that can actually catch up with him. Some are getting hits though. Like lucky hits anyway. This is like the Great Mouse Hunt or something now. The chase. Probably not very exciting to watch because, well, yeah, it's just one ship running away. Although most of our ships are starting to catch up now, at least. Not all of them, like these guys won't. Neither are you guys. Probably not you guys either. Wait, who you got sight of to be showing a red line? You're seeing someone, but I don't know who. the battleships being faster than the battle cruisers is kind of funny. And more ships are catching up now, so there is more shells coming down. This is an accurate representation of what would happen if the real ship was there. These fleets catching up now. I don't know who you're seeing, but you're seeing someone over there. I don't know. They reckon there's someone there, but I don't think so. They've basically caught up to within 2.5 kilometers now, because they're capable of doing 30 knots. This is where I need my 46 knot Lexington design. That would have been doing it just fine. Now this is a very different end to the Battle of Jutland. The utter decimation of the German fleet. But no, these very un-British looking battleships have done pretty well. Kind of forcing him to turn now, that's funny. Turn back towards all the other ships. You can't angle against all of us. Oh wow, doesn't even have any main guns left. And he goes down. There's still enemy to the west apparently. I don't know whereabouts because that's not very specific in narrowing it down. Especially because we've got some ships that really are to the west and some that aren't at all. Like, you still reckon there's someone over there, but... I'm not seeing anything. But that's like the closest lead we've got now. But we can do 10 times. I'm just letting them fire whatever they pick, so however the game decides, switching between AP and HE, I suppose. Let's see, this the cruiser is basically as fast as the battleships are. We'll see if we can find anyone. I am not optimistic. I don't even know what would be left at this point. This is where we need RDF, but we couldn't fit it because it doesn't exist in 1916. Yeah, now it is like World of Warships, hunting that last destroyer or carrier, trying to find wherever they might be hiding. But there's someone apparently over there. But the thing is, unlike World of Warships, there isn't a boundary to the edge of the map. Like, this all could be a false thing for all I know. It's just for some reason one ship's got a marker pointing this way. Which just ends there. So, I don't know. We need a faster speed than 10 times. Wait, the light speed isn't fast enough. What a very disappointing end to the match if we can't find wherever this ship went. And it's not like we haven't got stuff sailing to the west, so every direction should be basically covered, so if there's nothing that way, then don't know where it's meant to be. Especially with how spread out the fleet is now. Like, west of who? Yeah, it's probably a destroyer that ran away or something. The sheer distance between all these divisions now. Given they all started in basically the same place. What if I just turn everyone on the AI? Will the AI magically know where the enemy is? It seems to be changing courses for some of these guys, so maybe. Whoa! Wow. Talk about distance between ships. Oh, that changed to there now. That's interesting. I don't think land in general exists in this game right now. Yeah, I think it's just got the ships sailing in all random directions, so... Because you were chasing a line that's now disappeared and gone to somewhere else. So, I think... we're going to have to call it there. Not sure why they're smoking up, for like no reason. They just feel like it. And now just randomly change direction, okay. that pan. It just like goes across the entire map, I think. Oh dear. But I think I'm going to end that there because this stream has been going for nearly 5 hours and this is the very unfortunate end to Jutland, but I suppose that was pretty much what it was in the real world. It ended up being not really decisive either way. In this case we have been a lot more decisive. We have sunk basically the entire German fleet. But something has survived us, but it's to the west. Where in the west? We don't know. It's just somewhere. But anyway, until next time, hopefully you enjoy. That was a bit of a silly stream, I suppose. Didn't really get as much done as previous ones, mostly because this battle has taken so goddamn long, as did the Austro-Hungarian ones at the start. But, oh well. We did a pretty good job at least of recreating the Queen Mary. Mostly. And that's at least something. And it didn't detonate. None of our battlecruisers blew up, so we beat Jutland. But until next time, I'm Denodon. This was, well, I suppose also Admiral Dreadnoughts with the Battle of Jutland. And safe sailing.